All right. Am I heard? If I am heard, then we are ready to get going. There we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Oliver Nelson Jr., and I am making an Airport for Aliens currently run by dogs, an open world narrative puzzle game in first person about navigating alien airports run by dogs and finding moments to reconnect with your partner, the only other human being left in the universe. We've done some really exciting, interesting work on the back end of things since the initial build was released to Patreon. Speaking of Patreon, hello, dog fans. I'm so excited. There's a lot of people very excited about this project, building an igloo out of boarding passes. I am incredibly stoked that folks' experiences are already positive and that folks already care about this thing. On the back end, we've been doing a lot of interesting stuff and not so interesting stuff that is essential, like localization. It turns out when you don't have localization things built in at the start of your project, and it's a writing heavy project, you put yourself in for a world of pain. So I've tried to reduce that world of pain while also experiencing it, which is a heck of a thing. That said, today we're doing some more exciting work than localization packages and needs thereof. We're making shops, stores, places to fill out this. The layout of the airports always remains the same, but what changes is the stores that fill them every single time. You call it urban rejuvenation, call it gentrification, call it trying to add some variety to this spice that we call life. It is that's the situation that we're dealing with here today. We've got a certain number of stores that have a good number of templates already in there. If we click on a medium store template, we have a closed fence, so the store can be closed. You can have the toilet paper and banana store, the clothes store, which sells you boots, the photo store, and of course the Mothman themed record store, which is essential for every game worth its salt. But with that said, because of the time limits that we were under to make Dog Airport game before the no quarter exhibition deadline, we've only got one store for the small store template. Like, this is a good template. Look at that store and the dog behind it. It's good, but we've only got one. Same thing for, let me find the back end, the premier premium toilet water dispensary of Dog Airport game. You've got this adorable little dog here, but he's alone. And if there's anything that I am all about, it's making sure that dogs are not alone. So we're making stores today, one of which was voted on by Patreon supporters. Thank you so much. And we're also, before we can do any of that, making a new dog. And I'm going to explain why in just a second. Hey, Tom. Nice to see you. Tom Benita is my creative collaborator soulmate who is doing a whole lot of the programming and Unity support that I need to make this game a reality. Thanks, Tom. Glad to see you in the stream. Basically, when you are making a game, a beautiful baby of a game, you need to account for certain things. Let me. When Veteran Dog is turned on, then his collider should be turned on as well. One of the things that you have to account for, especially when you're doing random generation in a game that is a open world narrative puzzle title, is account for level persistence or the lack thereof when the player reloads the game or when they... So did that break Veteran Dog over here? No, it did not. Cool. So when you're making a game like this, you have to account for level persistence or lack thereof. If the airport changes around you, or you leave the airport and then you come back and your giant igloo made of boarding passes is no longer there, we need an explanation for this, a justification, a reason for this to occur. And our reason is going to be Janitor Dog, who we're going to make right now. Janitor Dog cleans up behind you whenever you leave the airport, and by writing and creating him, we will create a foundation for ourselves to explain away any level persistence that we cannot get in as much as we'd like to get it in. Because you know what? You know it's the best part of game development? Explaining your faults away. Just wiping those from the slate. That isn't a fault, it's a decision. And to that pursuit, I need to upload some new dogs into the project. I've got a lot that I've collected over the past few weeks in between back-end support tasks, several of which actually we're going to be using today. One of which is the Janitor Dog. It took 15 minutes to find Janitor Dog, but I am sure that you will agree that this has been worth it once you see him. So we're importing just a whole bunch of good dogs. Okay. Pronoun dog. You might notice that we have the pronoun dog in the Dog Airport game Discord is under a different name elsewhere in the project because I first found him for a different purpose. He was going to be head dog. Don't know what that means now. And to assure that pronoun dog is not used for evil unintentionally, I'm removing him from the project entirely. Ignore that sheep sprite. That doesn't mean anything. That's them secrets. Meanwhile, we have country dog, which is great. He'll go great with farming dog. What we need to find is Janitor Dog, who is here. Haha! Once we turn Janitor Dog into a sprite, we can begin to do our essential setup work. Let's drag Janitor Dog in and start resizing them to fit the basic height of what a dog should be in this universe. I try to keep the height more consistent than the width, unless this is a dog in the passenger seat of a thing, because it turns out having a giant dog tower over you, it can be an unnerving experience for some people. So yeah, that's something I'm trying to account for. What I'm trying to do now, though, is make sure that Janitor Dog is not only a good size, so we'll delete Veteran Dog in Janitor Dog's space because we're working on Janitor Dog. One thing we're doing new is we're attaching a object to Janitor Dog. And fortunately, we have an object that is perfect for Janitor Dog already. Just need to drag it into the scene. That is a tiny grayscale mop bin sitting on top of our dog. Is an amusing visual, but it isn't exactly what we're going for. So now that we've dragged this out and returned it to its normal size, let's see how we can make sure that this suits the good dog's position. Now, as a quirk of how we have our stock photo-based dogs rotate to greet the player, what may happen as soon as I start the game is this mop bin just goes sloshing all over the place as soon as you come by, which on one hand is unintentional. On the other hand, it might be brilliant. So let's stick with it until further notice. We've we've got this mop bin underneath Janitor Dog because Janitor Dog is not controlled by his tools or his job. He is his own person. And now we just gotta write Janitor Dog while keeping in mind all the things we need for localization. So localization ID is NPC Janitor Dog _01. We might have more Janitor Dogs throughout the game. I don't know yet, so I'm just accounting for that. I am making sure that when you look at this dog, it says Janitor Dog. We have a petting hand on the dog already, which is essential and already taken care of, fortunately. And there's one other thing we need to do to make this work, which I'm slightly scared of because Unity goes haywire when I try to do this. Conversation _ Janitor Dog. We need to make a fungus character for this character to work. Now, scrolling through here, I think wheels are not usually canonically square. Commander Max Dog, thanks for joining us on the stream, by the way. It's just how the model works, and the model is beautiful, so I'm not going to touch it. What I need in fungus is not in that folder, it's elsewhere. So, okay, Unity is acting up as soon as I start to do anything. There we go, keep changes. We aren't trying to mess with NPC Veteran Dog, we're trying to see how they're constructed. So they have a transform at 0, 0, 0, rotation of 0, 0, 0, because it's an empty game object. And it just has a character script on it. So with that in mind, I'm going to create a new, is this a prefab asset? It is a prefab asset. We're gonna save changes made in prefab mode, even though we've made no changes because Unity is scaring me now. And we're going to create a empty game object. Can we do that? I believe we have to create it in this scene and then bring it back in here for this to work, which is not a problem as long as Unity does not scream at me while I'm doing this. So in new scene, let's take our empty game object, relocate it to 0, 0, 0, and we're going to call this NPC _ Janitor Dog. Add a character script to Janitor Dog, and we're going to call this Janitor Dog, even though we could say that his name is Michael, or anything. Nothing is stopping us. We can do anything we want. We are masters of this plane. As soon as I drag it in to file structure, Unity starts screaming at me. I'm sorry, Unity. Nope. No. I want to undo that, inspector. Nope. Undo that again. We want to copy the hexadecimal of this color and make sure that it's consistent for other dogs like Janitor Dog. And once we copy this hexadecimal in, we should be finished making Janitor Dog, hopefully, and I don't have to touch this anymore and I won't have any more weird errors on my build. Cool. NPC Janitor Dog now goes into the deletion tank where they were always destined to be. Although I have to check to see if Veteran Dog has any special tags on it. It's just layer default. It's just layer default. No, sorry, Unity. Okay. Now we'll delete Janitor Dog with prejudice. and see what happens now. Unity is scaring me. Mood, says Commander Max Dog. Yeah, yeah. This is my first ever Unity project. Again, would not be possible without the person that you see in the pause screen, Tom Benita. I'm learning a whole lot, and when it does literally anything new, it's terrifying. Just utterly bonkers levels of stress and mental endurance I must cultivate in order to not be terrified by this program, which I depend upon to make my creative dreams come true. In this case, dreams of good dogs. However, now that that is done, we can write this dog and see how it goes. We just have to make sure to, for every line, once all the lines are written, drag in his character, otherwise everything breaks. So, let me just do that for the first dog, and that should make subsequent blocks easier. Trying to think of the vibe I want Janitor Dog to have. Are they a hey you dude kind of dog? Are they a bit more like an aw yeah buddy kind of dog? Are they a little bit subdued? Let's go to the original picture of Janitor Dog to see what vibe this dog has. Yeah, it has a vibe. It has a definite vibe. The vibe I'm getting is a little bit chill, a little bit of an accent from an indeterminate source, but we need to convey that. I am now immortalizing Boarding Pass Igloos forever in the files of this game by having a Janitor Dog reference them. Cool. Thanks, Jessica Ross, for making that delightful thing within 48 hours of the Patreon build going up. It is now here in this game forever. Thanks to you. Janitor and chill vibe has me preconditioned to expect this dog sounds like Scruffy from Futurama, says the chat. Yeah, yeah, I'm getting that. I'm getting that vibe. And up Wise Dog, says Mr. Hodgepants. Welcome, Mr. Hodgepants, by the way. Up Wise Dog is... Man, this dog should ask you if you know about Up Dog. I don't have a single Up Dog joke anywhere in this project. Is he mischievous enough to talk about Up Dog? We've got a dog who talks about Uranus already, and that's delightful. But, man, Up Dog. I gotta think about whether I want that to be its separate thing. Up Dog. I'm doing a quick tweet about the stream being live. A pilot dog. Well, Commander Max Dog, that's a very astute idea for how to do a janitor dog. The thing is, the pilots in this game are eternally drunk because they have to witness sights not meant for canine kind. So, that's a thing. They are not slosh enough to do an Up Dog joke. No, being sloshed is a good time to do an Up Dog joke. I'm gonna have to think about that. But meanwhile, this dog, the rest of their flowchart needs writing, and I have enough inspiration from their face to do that now. Oh, hey, buddy. You're probably wondering why your board and pass igloos and fun little whatnots don't stick around when you leave the airport, huh? Or when you turn around. Or when you blink. Just giving us as much room as possible to not have level persistence in case, like, consoles self-destruct upon playing this game or something, because you can spawn 700 boarding passes, and that's just okay. That's just a thing you can do, and we don't stop you ever. It's because of me. Name's Janitor Dog. Janet. It's very rural. So this is a question branch. We're going to call this How Long branch. And other branch. We're going to just allow you to exit the conversation if you basically got the gist of what Janitor Dog needs to communicate, which might mean that we need 3 menu options here. One to just lead straight to the end. This doesn't lead straight to the end. We gotta make Janitor Dog say something. So before that happens, I'm going to add a block, which is immediate buy block. Does everything sound fine? Is the stream clear? Is there any issues which should be addressed in future streams or immediately? Because that would be very helpful to know ahead of time. Dog says, I'll take care now. But he says it. He doesn't say it with an exclamation mark. He's pretty chill. He's a chill dog. And we're going to have this dog, this line, lead to immediate buy. And regret branch, as much as I love that name, the name of it is gonna have to change, and I'll have to think about what that second branch looks like. But in the meantime, I need to call a method that takes us immediately to the end block of the file structure. Yeah, not messing with the file structure, always having an end block be a straight up exit of the UI screen and of the conversation sequence just makes a lot of sense, and we probably don't want to break that. Mr. Hodgepants, super text mesh, making it work with Unity was a little bit of a trial because Fungus, specifically, making it work with Fungus was a little bit of a trial because Fungus and super text mesh have significantly diverged in the time since their support was first implemented. So actually, the developer of super text mesh was really cool and helped us fix those issues, and also began the process to make super text mesh compliant with Fungus again, or the other way around. I'm not quite sure how that works. But aside from that, making super text mesh work with Unity, I consider super text mesh an essential Unity component. Text Mesh Pro is simple and a part of the engine and reliable and performant. There's a whole lot of reasons to love it, but super text mesh, the functionality it adds and the versatility of the tool, it's just, if you're gonna buy a Unity package, it's kind of just something you need. Something, if you're gonna do anything with text, super text mesh and making that work is almost certain to be an essential tick that you need to check off in terms of making your creative stuff happen. I like it a whole lot. So we've explained level persistence, I believe. Let me read through these lines again. Oh, hey, buddy. You're probably wondering why your boarding pass, igloos, and fun little whatnots don't stick around when you leave the airport, huh? When you turn around or when you blink? It's because of me. Sorry about that. Name's Janitor Dog. My parents were very literal. How long have you been working here? Thanks for the heads up. Sends you immediately to, I'll take care now. And I'm going to think of a second question because I really love Janitor Dog already and I don't want to say goodbye to him just yet. Have to branch. Do you have to clean it up though? Dog wouldn't say babysitting, he'd say puppy sitting. Because puppies. Because dogs. Get it? It's a dog airport game. Woo! Um... Okay. Hmm. One important thing when I'm writing all the dialogue of the main character is they roll with pretty much everything. It's really important to establish that they aren't like, what? You drink out of a toilet? Uh, Respecting the lifestyles and perspectives of the weird dogs that they meet is critical to the rest of the tone of the game being reinforced, and it's critical to it being reinforced and thinking of a word. Reinforced and propagated through the rest of the game. If this is a game about like translating alien glyphs, about dealing with weird logic as it's presented to you. Establishing that through the main character's voice is essential to the player, then inhabiting that role and hopefully taking on a similar perspective as they deal with whatever BS imaginary dogs send their way. So we're going to have this block delete, this block delete, this block delete. Enjoy it branch. That's enjoy it block. And we have the block for. It's really interesting writing a dog who's, because them being stock photo dogs, the very first thing I had to do was load them with a bunch of foibles and anxieties. It's really interesting and fun dealing with a dog that is inherently satisfied. Making that interesting and conveying that contentment with character is really interesting challenge. I'm really getting into this. That connects to nice gig block. I just thought of a way that the manner in which dogs and items turn around could look very, very silly. I just thought of a way that could bug out horribly. And if it does bug out, I'm just going to keep it in. And we'll see if it actually happens. I want to make sure people don't feel guilty for making messes after meeting Janitor Dog, which I just realized is a potential element that could be incurred by having them meet the person who has to clean up their messes. Or at least you'd hope that they would think that way. Just for, this is a whole messy spaghetti branch, so we're just gonna let those things intersect because detangling them would take too much time. And I want to get to making shops at some point today. me and Tom have been talking a lot about Hideo Kojima and Metal Gear Solid lately. So I'm just throwing in a bit of Metal Gear Solid spice into some of these lines here, and some depictions of technology. And I'm looking forward to seeing how those turn out. Huh, did the veteran dog spreadsheet? Oh, I was wondering if it got broken. No, it's just because I deleted the target block in this instance. I don't have to go back and check that flowchart, fortunately. Might just leave it on that note. So, when Janitor Dog, when you ask Janitor Dog how long he's been working here, Janitor Dog says, "I'm not so much working here as working in every instance of an airport across the 274 known galaxies. They said I was an ideal candidate, so I dared them to clone me, and they did. Worked out pretty well. And I just leave it on that bombshell. Not going to add any more elaboration or justification." And the have to branch, you say, okay, forgot to replace that line with a proper character name. Thank you for the nice words about the don't worry about making a mess text, Kurolski. I do definitely try to add cuteness and life to every line. Thank you for the dog emotes as well. I just noticed them. A say dialogue with twang to it, Tom, would be fantastic. And if you can get that into the game, I will overuse it out the wazoo. As far as this set of blocks, though, so if you say have to, it says, "I do take a pride in a job well done. If all your shenanigans were left flopping around, it might pose a hazard to existence as we know it. It's a little civic duty, a little bit puppy sitting, a little having toilets all to yourself to drink out of when you need a quiet spell. Like any other job, I'd imagine." If you say, "My jobs haven't been like that, but it does sound pleasant," and he says, "It's a nice gig if you can get it. You have fun now. Don't worry about making too much of a mess. I've very probably dealt with worse. And you're a pretty cool person." You're a pretty cool person. Let's go with... I just love the idea of a dog being cloned like 7,000 times. And maybe collecting 7,000 salaries, because that makes sense. That's fair. It's just... Janitor Dog is okay with the incredible psychic uncertainty of knowing whether or not you are original or a clone. He doesn't stress out about it. He's Janitor Dog. He just does his job and he has fun and he drinks out of toilet bowls occasionally. It's good. I like Janitor Dog a lot. I love him so much. That's why I'm spending more time writing him than I probably should. So if we go into enjoy it block, There's only one line leading to it now. It's from the have to branch. I thought that something from how long would segue into it, but that didn't organically happen. And I might, for a base version of this dog, we might just let how long branch exist on its own. Let's go with enjoy it block. What would be better, vague twangy bark or just banjo sounds, just an actual banjo string being plucked? Well, Tom, I think you know the answer to that question. And it rhymes with ranjo string. Well, usually. Everyone gets tired sometimes. Sometimes I'll take a day to myself, get my brain box in a good order. Take a day to myself. My brain box in good order. I figure if I miss the chance, clean up some vomit, well, some fellow is bound to avenge. I figure if I miss a chance to clean up some vomit, well, some fellow is bound to eat it eventually. So. Mm. It's just hygiene. It's just how hygiene works. If you ask the dog if they enjoy their work, they will say, usually. Everyone gets tired sometimes. I'll take a day to myself, get my brain box in good order. I figure if I miss a chance to clean up some vomit, well, some fellow's bound to eat it eventually. It's just how hygiene works. And the conversation stops there, which is, again, a great place to end it with what is essentially our equivalent of Scruffy from Futurama. It just went real hard eldritch Scruffy. And the fact that you can say that about so many lines in this game makes me very happy. I'm personally just made incredibly happy by making this game. And with all of Janitor Dog's lines in order, I think we're in a good place to... An assortment of real dumb-sounding instruments that we'll use for something eventually. Yeah, I think if we can also get like an actual real slide whistle, as much as your slide whistle sound is fantastic, just getting a real slide whistle for that authenticity twang tom would just be so excellent. It would be superb. I think people would love it. Partially because we just don't get enough slide whistles in our daily life. Let's see. I gotta check the Patreon because I forgot to actually determine what store or restaurant or generative thing was actually the winner for today's stream. So if I can figure that out, then I'll be in a good place. So according to Patreon, the winner of the poll for what store I should build today is High Stakes, the meat-themed restaurant. That said, I don't know if I have any meat assets, so I might need to go asset hunting to make that. We will deal with it as it comes. Veteran Dog is gone because I have reordered his prefab, so I'm just going to turn him on, and he's there. Cool. Done. Judging from where... Let's have Janitor Dog be here. If we drag another base NPC, if we duplicate base NPC, drag it up next to this base NPC, which will be in the same position, and just bring that dog over here, just right on the critical path for at least one major branch, right next to a people mover. I noticed most people didn't actually encounter Veteran Dog in their playthroughs for No Quarter or any other playthrough of the game. I would love if I could find a way to do it without violating some sort of regulation. I would love to collect data on the heat maps of how people navigate airports, because that would be incredibly in-game airports, to be clear, because that would be incredibly helpful for determining a number of things. But in the absence of that, I know that Veteran Dog isn't in a great place to be seen right now. So, maybe it's because there's a lot of people movers leading to this corner. So everybody talk to the dog in this corner. There's this big old stretch that's people moverless over here. Except for... Oh, by the way, new people movers. Remember when they used to be blocky abominations? Now they're professional and look really good. That's another art addition from the 3D artist we're working with, J. Cody Lambert. He is a marvel. Maybe Veteran Dog is destined to live in obscurity. I don't know. I will move him closer to this people mover just to increase the chances of him being seen and hope that helps. In the meantime, as much as I want to take advantage of... So currently in the level, I'm saving the level, by the way, because I should probably also check in my work. Can I check in my work into Unity Collab without it breaking the stream? That's probably something worth checking now. Let's give it a shot. Added new dogs to the project and implemented a Janitor Dog to explain level persistence. Also moved the Veteran Dog so that people would stop ignoring him. Tell me if this breaks the stream, because if it doesn't, I'm going to check in all of my work like normal so that the entire project isn't at the whims of fate and I don't have to do giant rollbacks. Giant rollbacks are not ideal. I like to keep them out of my life if at all possible. In the meantime, I'm going to think about how to build high stakes. Actually, I'm going to look for a meat asset. Hi, Ty Tuesday. Welcome to the stream. I am also praying for the success of this check-in because, gosh, you know what I learned is cool? Source control. Source control seems complicated because it is. It is awful and bad. But aside from that, when it's good, like when everything in the project breaks and you don't have to rely on the last time you remembered to back up the project to an external hard drive, which was like a month ago. So you have to go back to your project as it existed a month ago because you broke one thing today because you're a dumbass. It's just a real good time. Source control, I love it. Now Unity is checking for changes, which has stopped me doing any alterations in the thing, but as long as it shows that the check-in was successful, it's still worth it. It's still fine. Still cool. We're good. We'll be good. Yeah, my process will be robust moving forward. And by robust, I mean I will do work that if it has any chance of breaking the game, I will not do it on stream because I sure do love rollbacks. And does it? Yep, it worked! Yes, the stream didn't die. We've got check-ins live, the most interesting live streamed content. Love it. Y'all want to talk to Janitor Dog in game? Let's do that. And Mr. Hodgepants, says one day someone will create a source control thing that's not a huge pain in the ass to use. The entire industry will migrate to it overnight. As much as I would love to believe in this utopian dream, I am somewhat reluctant to do so because it means that this mutual source of discontent that brings us all closer together will be gone. And if there's anything I've learned from movies, it's that humanity needs a common enemy to not destroy each other. That's the Dog Airport game lesson of the day. Which is why this isn't a game about humans, this is a game about dogs. Let's get on this people mover. Oh, heck yeah. I think that janitor bucket is also floating like a couple inches off the ground, which just adds to the effect. What is happening here? I'm getting close to yeah, this is extremely good. This is dumb as hell, and I love it. Is it also getting like skewed as it rotates? Or is it just at an oblique angle that is perfect for it becoming like a flat optical illusion when there's shadows on it? What is even happening with this? Oh my gosh. I love this so much. It's stupid as hell. Let's talk to Janitor Dog. Oh, hey, buddy. You're probably wondering why your boarding pass, igloos, and fun little whatnots don't stick around when you leave the airport, huh? This is a prototype version of a new dialogue box by Dave Hoffman, by the way. Shout out to Dave. Thank you so much. We're still iterating on it, but it already makes the game look 10,000 times better, and I love the paw print. Paw print I demanded, and I was given a good paw print. But when you turn around, or when you blink, it's because of me. Sorry about that. I should put a little apostrophe before because. Someone called it. It was Limbo Dog calls it Mr. Hodge Pants, and Korolski says that Janitor Dog swoons. Yeah, Janitor Dog does swoon. Janitor Dog loves you. It's so good. How long have you been working here? I'm not so much working here as working in every instance of an airport across the 274 known galaxies. I said I was an ideal candidate. I should put the ideal candidate. So I dared them to clone me. And they did. Worked out pretty great. Should be pretty great. I think the rest of the lines. Name's Janitor Dog. My parents were very literal. Oh shoot. Oh shoot, that's a bug. Why did that break? Oh, okay, so something is breaking really bad on that line of dialogue for some reason. So I gotta go in and fix that. I'm glad I decided to check before anything was finalized. The big lesson here is just never trust your program. So there is a point at which fungus is breaking in this dog's flowchart, and now we have to be crime scene investigators and figure out why. So the first thing is put the apostrophe before cuz. Worked out pretty great. The ideal candidate. Janitor Dog, the ideal candidate. And I'll take care now. Yeah, fun. For all I doubt. And you're a pretty cool person. I probably dealt. You're a pretty cool person. Usually. Okay, so you enjoy it goes to enjoy it block. Oh! We are, while routing to the next dialogue choice, also going to end block. So it's simultaneously ending the conversation and continuing the conversation. If you continue the conversation with any other dog, it breaks the UI system entirely. Janitor Dog was a public menace, and we had no idea this entire time. Janitor Dog is one of the most dangerous things I have implemented in this game, solely by being a good dog. Being a good dog has made Janitor Dog, against all odds, a evil which must have been eradicated. Okay, I should have been looking at the chat, but Tom, you identifying the bug before I did is a very Tom Benita move, and I appreciate that. Janitor Dog is too powerful and cannot be stopped. It's pretty true, Chibolation. It's really just a fact of life that Janitor Dog is created such that they can single-handedly destroy your day. Let's make sure that all the things that have end block. Oh, okay, yeah, this is supposed to have end block. Okay, now the dialogue system shouldn't break, and I will trust that because there's no logical reason it should break. And we all know that game development works because if it should logically work, it always logically works, and nothing bad happens. So I'm going to make a store now. High stakes is the one that won, so let's see if I have any meat assets. This is a blocky chicken bone asset from Simple World, which is another fantastic source of things. Ooh. We got a T-bone, which is more like a right angle bone. I'll be here all week. Chicken. More chicken. This is just a ham hock. We got ribs. Okay. I was worried we wouldn't have enough for a meat restaurant. But it seems like we have got also sliced salami. We can have that floating in the air somewhere, and that will look fantastic. Got meat sausage, which is, it looks suspiciously just like a hot dog. We have meat sausage 02, which is that was ketchup on a meat sausage, which is our hot dog. We have a sausage rope. I'm getting some great ideas how to use these. Shish kebab. It was worth inflating our project by over 500 megabytes to bring in every single thing just for whenever I would come up with a weird idea and hope that it had an asset. Shrimp, not sure if it counts as meat. Steak burnt. Steak cooked. Steak raw. We have a meat sign, but that isn't in our alien language, so we can't use any pre-made signs. Regardless, it seems like we've got a lot of things for meat. I just had an idea last night when I was trying to fall asleep. It was like 3 a.m. and Tom Vanita asked, does the meat shop sell meat or meat shop squeaky toys? This is a workshopping question. Uh, I think that for purposes of... So this is a world building question. Because, as Commander Maxdog mentioned, if these are all just squeaky toys, the dogs don't actually eat, they play to gain energy. But I also like the idea of dogs eating, but also I like the idea of dogs eating only because they have to. No, not because they have to, but only because they want to. They eat for pleasure. They eat vomit for pleasure. They eat food for pleasure. They eat random stuff for pleasure. Dogs are beings that have gone beyond our typical ideas of metabolism and transformed into something more. That's a very dog airport game concept that I think we could lean into. We could do that, right? It's a question of if we should. Should we lean into this? Would this, in fact, be a horrible idea? Transcending metabolism. Exactly, Max. I feel like the pronouncement should be dogs don't have to eat or perform any bodily function, really. They do it because they want to, because they have transcended. Which means that these all can be real meat items. But the dogs can potentially hand you a squeaky toy, like the one when you get a meat item, especially if we're accounting for people with dietary constraints or concerns. It would be nice if we had a dog go like, hey, this is a squeaky toy, don't worry about it. This didn't come from any actual animal. So dogs can eat meat, but you are untainted by the flesh. That's an interesting idea. It will be made in the Shallow Store template, and we'll go there now. But before we do that, I did want to just mention how I had an idea at 3 a.m. where what if in this meat store, just hanging from the ceiling, maybe slightly rotating, chilling up there, is just an actual cow. If I have a cow asset, I will... Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. We've got a white cow, we've got a brown cow. We'll just have a slowly... We're just going to have this cow just immobile, hanging from the ceiling, having a good time. He's going to be the mascot for the shop. His name will be Roger. Roger the cow. You can hold me to this. Roger the cow lives. I'm also typing that because I will not remember the name of this cow when I'm deep into making sure that this store template works. So, this is a good and a bad time to also recognize that the further I get into development, if I don't do some more things, it's going to be a bad time for me. What I mean by more things is currently these buildings are composed from ProBuilder objects. Because they're composed from ProBuilder objects can contain different materials on each face, but applying materials to those faces gets very tricky very fast, especially because Unity doesn't always allow you to. So like if I click on this object, even though I'm clicking on one face of it, sometimes when I do this, Unity treats it like the whole object is being chosen, which means that I have to attempt to apply material over and over and over again. I will be substantially more safe if I detached internal faces. if I detach all internal faces and make them their own object, I could just slap it on there and treat the rest of the object as normal, but it means I have to be okay with the specifications of this space, because if I ever try to move it ever again with detached internal faces and external faces, and they're all different things, if anything moves from now on, this entire thing breaks. So before I go any further, I think I should do the setup work of ensuring that these faces are detached. If the chat doesn't doesn't scream at me and say I'm doing something really wrong, I'll defer to the chat on development at this point for this thing. Detach faces. I don't have to delete the Pro Builder face. I just need to detached ceiling. If this is now its own little thing, and it doesn't break anything else in the project, which is a heavy ask, then what that means is I can in the future be choosing, rather than so when I choose an object, I can choose either the ceiling or the roof, and these things can exist separately. If that is indeed the case, going forward, I can recolor stores according to the logic of the world around them going forward quite easily, and that might be a worthwhile sacrifice to make. You wouldn't get Z fighting because detached ceiling is, if we move it, as you can see, it's empty inside of here. Detached, there's nothing for it to Z fight against. It just makes the ceiling a separate object. Making sure I'm detaching the right thing. We have detached left wall. Left wall. I can now easily find detached objects with the line of detached. Underscore ceiling. If we detach that face, yep, that will become detached left pillar. No worries. So Commander Max Dog says, I thought you're just attaching. I thought you were adding a new object. My B. No worries there. It was literally, it is a concern over whether or not this makes anything major and bad happen. But it doesn't seem immediately like anything bad will happen. So much like Janitor Dog, which almost destroyed the project single-handedly, I'm just going to trust that this is going to work. Let's see. Going to detach this right pillar. Right pillar. The back wall. We're going to detach this part of the back wall and call that detached underscore back wall. I should probably, so I currently call it left front. I should call that left pillar just for consistency of naming, because at one point I will be working on this game at 3 a.m. and I will forget what left front means, and I will incur wrath upon myself. So detach right wall, detach right pillar. We've got all of our internal faces, including the carpet, which is enabled per prefab to make sure that consistency happens. that's all just a thing. We are safe to, as long as this doesn't utterly break all of the shallow stores, we should be good. Let's see how the shallow stores look in the scene now that we've done this before we go any further and start making things based on this foundation. Thank you for the clip of the stream, by the way, Korolski. I am similarly proud and happy that clips are happening. That there's something clip-worthy. Krista's note, meet me on Phobos, gonna throw it end over end through the sky. So, the first shallow store that we can go to is over here. So the consequence is that all of the shallow stores here have lost their internal coloring because they're different objects now. They're different objects entirely. But it seems like the stores themselves are sound. Where's Krista's note that I threw down, totally intending to pick it up again and use it later? Pick it up. As long as the ceiling doesn't break when I throw something through it, then we're good. This is called science. Throw it at the back wall. Oh no. Chris's note. Oh, shoot. Oh yeah. Ah, no. Nope. I gotta get some toilet water from the toilet water dispenser. Yep. It goes through the back wall, I think because of the force. I just need to put a box collider there, because it's currently running on mesh colliders as well. Speaking of, as much as I'd like to make high stakes right now, for future me's sake, I should add box colliders to all walls so that things can't be thrown through them. Because the thing is, we used to have a throw button, and we still have a throw button as you've seen, but right before launch, Tom put in something called a yeet modifier, which randomly adds a bit of torque or English to every throw, which also gave it just enough power to break anything that didn't have a box collider on it. If it's a mesh collider, it does not give a single crap whether or not it has a mesh collider on it, because mesh colliders are not powerful enough to keep it away. So what I'm going to do is add a box collider and remove the mesh collider from all these objects, because it will also make these objects more performant, which is, when you're dealing with as many real-time lights as we are, gosh, it's nice to have things that are performant. Just once, you want to have something that performs. Let's add the box collider before we remove the mesh collider, just to make sure that that happens. And we're going to do that on all pieces of this. Is this a mesh collider? This giant ceiling thing that definitely needs to be a box collider? It's a box collider now. This ceiling, this roof, that's a box collider now. We're just going to do that as much as possible so that I have as few regrets as possible. Considering the life that I lead, I would love to have fewer regrets. Box collider. Mesh collider removed. Mesh collider removed on the detached face because it's still basically attached to its old object. Box collider. This is not going to get a box collider because Oh, I gave the detached right wall a box collider. My mistake. It's the entire thing that needs it. And that's something I have to be careful about, making sure that the right component is getting a box collider now that I have detached all the faces. This is one of those things we were talking about earlier. Ooh, is this good? Is this fine? Oh, also have to make sure that it has to save. Has to save. I'm sorry, game. I'm so sorry. Our friend the box collider. That is a very good way of putting it, Mr. Hodgepants. Speaking of clips, can you check out the Uranus Dog at some point so we have a recording of Uranus Dog's very good joke? Yes, Tom. Yes. I will show off the incredible things you've been doing in the back of our Say Dialogue system that allow Uranus Dog to be the horrible creature that he is. Now we still have a problem where, because of the way I built this out, the face that is showing outward right here needs to be recolored along with the rest of here. But if I detach that, okay. For now, I'm not going to worry about that. For now, I'm going to leave that alone. But having ripped out all the colliders, utterly wrecked the day of these stores, let's now go unshaded and head into art assets. No, colors and materials, airport specific materials, beach tile. Wait, did I not make the brick walls on all of these things a new prefab? Oh, crap. Let's check what material this is. Paving stones, 45. At this point, entirely replacing paving stones 45 would be such a pain in the butt. If I'm going to do this, I should also just do this all at once. Since I'm working primarily in small and shallow stores today, let's just attach the faces of the small and shallow stores and focus on those for now. And later we can rip out all the things for the medium store template that is the foundation of the rest of our things. This time I'll add the box collider ahead of time just to save us some work. I should probably add a box collider before I turn off the mesh collider, just in case I forget to put on a box collider for some reason, because the mesh collider will then be a fallback instead of people being able to walk through the ceiling. Speaking of walking through ceilings, I just thought of something else I need to do before we get to. We'll make high stakes. High stakes will be made, but this is a very high stakes change that we're doing right now. So we've done that work in the prefab. It's going to propagate it across the project. It's going to take a little bit to load. In the meantime, we're going to go to our people mover prefab, and we're going to make sure that it doesn't hurt us in the future. That's the people mover folder. I'm looking for the people mover prefab. They're still simple people. Beach Babe white, Beach Babe brown, Beach Babe black, Businessman black. I think at some point having these T-posed characters as mannequins would be a useful thing, but these probably take up quite a bit of space, so we could save some space by deleting these at some point. Huh. That's a consideration for a different day. In the meantime, we've got this people mover prefab asset to take care of, and currently it's saying that there is colliders on the side of this object, but I am not seeing it. Because if I go back into the build, so the basic issue I had is when I was testing out the build, I could walk through the side of the people mover, which is not ideal because there's rails there visibly, and if you can walk through things that are visible, you're going to think that you can walk through everything, and then you're going to find that you can't walk through everything, and then it becomes inconsistent, and I become a hack fraud bad person who I have attempted to avoid becoming for my entire life, and as a result, I am just incredibly anxious to make sure that you cannot walk through. Okay, you can't walk through on one side. Can you walk through on the other side? So my build must have been being weird that day because this is not the build of a hack fraud. This is a build of someone who knows how to make games and has ensured that they cannot walk through the side of their essential object. Sure do love to find bugs that don't really exist and think that I'm crazy. As soon as we get back to here, we'll detach those internal faces and then apply new paint. No, we'll do the paint later. The important thing is detaching the internal faces and seeing what happens next. So we choose Pro Builder's face selection function. Make sure we're choosing the correct face, and we are detaching it. And that goes into a new object called detached faces. Detached faces sounds like a grim and grisly thing, which this is not. So I should probably check why I named it on the other prefab real quick. Shallow store template. They're called detached internal faces. See, that's such a better name by a person made by a person who was a better man, really. Detached wall, left wall, and this will be attached left pillar. We're going to call this right pillar ahead of time, just so it already has the correct name. Detach that face. Detached underscore left pillar. This is going to be detached right pillar. It refuses to talk about its feelings, which makes any relationship it enters an incredibly harrowing prospect, because the cycle of self-destruction and increasing hatred continues to perpetuate itself constantly. And right wall is constantly asking, detached right wall is constantly asking, why? Why is this happening? Why is everyone else like this? Not knowing that they are in fact the cause of their own worst issues. This has been the story of detached right wall. Thank you for watching. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Detached right wall will be back right after these messages in a season of self-discovery that ends up teaching it nothing. But it's an Emmy award-winning thing. Like, it's just a harrowing journey of self-discovery that teaches you more about mankind and yourself. I don't know what I'm talking about at this point. Detached ceiling. Detached ceiling is the only thing that doesn't have direct analog, so that's okay. Naming that's something different. Now the roof has a box collider, and the detached ceiling has a box collider, which is, for reason of simplicity, I should probably remove the box collider from all of these separated objects, just to make sure we are in an okay place. And we don't have like double colliders or anything weird happening there. I think that means all of our faces are detached, including our carpets, which are already detached. If that is indeed the case, then we're in a place finally where we can make high stakes. So in the back end of our project, are we going to call this restaurant high stakes? Of course not, because I'm not going to remember what that means at 4 a.m. on a given day. So we're going to call it meat restaurant. And we're just going to give it a funny name. And that is the way we're going to cope with existence. Let's see. I like the position of the lights already, so we won't adjust the lights. We might shorten the counter so that we have more space for meat and meat-related paraphernalia. So let's take this and move it over here, which means this bar stool we'll also make sure there's only one shelf. Actually, that might be incorrect. Anyway, we're going to make sure to move this on a scale of 0.25 and everything in 0.25 increments forward, and everything in 0.25 and its derivatives back as well, just to ensure that we don't go mad from asymmetry. Having this here could be useful, so I'm not going to detach it, but what I am going to do is I'm going to move the dog. Let's actually do this. What is my snap settings set to? It's a scale of 0.25. So if I bring this over here and bring the dog over here. Oh shoot, we don't have our meat salesman dog. Who's gonna sell our meat? I need to look into our things and see if there's any dog who hasn't already been claimed who would be a good candidate. I'm thinking a landscape dog picture would be ideal for this one, but that might not be the case. Also, this is not a sprite, and it should be. That's cup dog, cosplay dog, country dog. Maybe country dog. Prop dog has a function already. Cult dog does not have a function, but this is a dog that looks like it runs a cult, so we aren't going to give it a function. We're just not going to do it. We could have a pair of dogs manage this restaurant, but I don't feel like writing for 2 dogs talking at once right now. So, dog twins are also out of the running. Dubious dog. Does this dog look like it would sell us meat? I think this is the guy. I think this is the guy who will sell us meat. We need to go into store NPC and make us a meat seller. So we're gonna save the changes we made to the prefab. We're gonna come back to this environment in a second, but first we gotta make another dog. And in the meantime, I will also look through what the other dogs we have, just to ensure that I'm okay with our choice. Would a jock dog be a good choice for our store NPC? Muzzle dog would be an ironic dog to be our store NPC, because he is surrounded by meat but can never eat it because he has a muzzle on his face. That's tragic. That's really tragic. I'm not sure we're going to go with that. Repose dog. Saint dog needs a special function elsewhere. Search dog, secret celebrity dog, sitting busy dog. Sleeping dog, no. I think we'll go with the dog that's currently named Elder Dog and call him Meat Dog. If you're wondering why all of my assets have temp in front of it, I thought it would be funny at the start of this project to name every asset temp. Every color would be a temp color, every dog would be a temp dog. I thought this was a hilarious joke. And it has made my life a living hell, and no one will ever see it because it's just a file name. So, don't do joke file names, it will ruin your life. That's the lesson of today's stream. Don't do joke file names. Let's see, Meat Dog. What should he branch off of? He should branch off of Toilet Bartender Dog, but Toilet Bartender Dog doesn't have a spawn target, meaning it doesn't spawn an object and isn't designed to, which means we should use, Record Dog? No, Record Dog needs some weird futzing. Let's go with Small Business Owner Dog. Yeah, Small Business Owner Dog should work. So we minimize these pieces of the prefab, these beautiful modular pieces of prefab, and we're going to call this Meat Dog. Meat Store Dog. Just because, I don't know, maybe there'll be a dog made out of meat at some point. That would be horrifying, yes. Awful, certainly. Possible? It is disturbing that I cannot say no. So this is just a enormous dog that I'm dragging into the scene, which will require lessening. Probably, because Meat Store Dog was only just made, I'm going to copy the name, which was the hardest part of this entire thing, and copy off of Toilet Bartender Dog. Oh, but Toilet Bartender Dog doesn't have a spawn target. You know what? I can just take a spawn target from a different dog. We'll be fine. Let's see. Spawn target. I'm going to duplicate this and call it spawn target meat. Suddenly, we've got steak meat, because it's going to hand you a big old T-bone steak. store meat store dog. We need to drag this dog in on the toilet bartender dog so we can see how they look in comparison. My lord, this dog is huge. This is just an enormous stock photo I have brought into here. Why would I do this? First, we're going to reduce it in size so it retains scale. And then we're just going to make it a wee bit bigger because everything is bigger in Texas. And this strikes me as a dog who's from Texas. I don't really have a reason why. It's just from Texas. It's a Texas dog. It isn't even based off of the fact that it's selling meat. This is what it spiritually reminds me of. At its core, this is a meat store dog. Meat store dog. Ooh. We've already made a decision. Let's call this Texas Dog. Of course, the Texas Dog runs the meat store. The joke will be that Texas Dog is actually from New Jersey. I just really feel like getting my throat punched in by a person from New Jersey. And from Texas. A simultaneous throat punch. That's what I look forward to. Name things temp, Tom says. You'll always have time to easily change it later, Tom says. It won't ship, Tom says. That's a lie, Tom, and you know it. And yeah, simultaneous throat punches is also the name of my pop punk band. So, let's see. We need to go through the laborious process of making a new character again, which means going out to our main scene. And once the main scene is finished, let's see. Yeah, we're going to make a new empty game object, and it's going to be called... what's our naming scheme again? The naming scheme is, for stores, it's store underscore meat store dog, meat dog. And we'll create put a character script on them. We will set their transform to 0 out for sake of consistency. Their name color, I have forgotten. The name color is going to be a trial to get again, but we will do it. And the name text will be Texas Dog. I'm going to name the description of Texas Dog. Texas Dog is actually from... I actually don't know if writing anything into the description messes up something else. So I'm not going to write anything in the description. I'm getting better at not writing jokes, places that people will never see them, just to amuse myself. That is my New Year's resolution made in November. Listen, Tom Vanita says, some mistakes we have to make on our own. Some lessons must be learned the hard way, and naming something temp and shipping it is a safe mistake because only you will know of your shame and it will haunt you. What told you that I wanted to be more haunted than I already am? What is this? This is a presumption which I do not appreciate. Drag meat dog into store, and now we just gotta... No. As soon as I drag him into... I just want to click on something that is a meat dog. No. Keep changes. 434343. I thought it was 434343. but I thought that was also stupid, and I would never name something 434343. Um, it's been a day. Please just let me. Please just let me enter in these numbers, which are really similar to each other, and I should have remembered. Store Meat Dog. As soon as I click out of this, all hell is gonna break loose again. Save the changes made to prefab. Whew. Okay. Gonna delete Store Meat Dog in the scene because we no longer need him. He's dead to me except when I need him again. Speaking of when I need him again, I need to find the store NPC. Cool. Shallow store template. We now need to go to the store NPC, Meat Store Dog. We have to remember to turn him off when we get back, before we get back to the shallow store template. Otherwise, Meat Dog will be overlaid on top of every other dog in the game, which is not ideal. Or at least every other dog in a store in the game. We have Store Meat Dog, we have Texas Dog, we have Meat Store Dog. It seems like everything is ready for their flowchart. The picture is ready. The spawn target for the meat is seemingly ready. We can put that off a little bit to the left. Just within view. And we can now go into this conversation and write our Meat Store Dog. Primarily to make sure that we remember that Meat Store Dog comes from New Jersey. If you've visited this store before, then you will go to this block, which is buy meat block. Come to think of it, the Toilet Bartender Dog is a bad example because it's the only thing that was good about the Toilet Bartender Dog was scale. Everything else in terms of how it works, including its collider, is inappropriate for the uses of Meat Dog. So we're gonna go back to a different dog and small business owner dog. Clerk dog is a really solid foundation for all of our stuff, so we're just going to call this conversation Meat Dog now and base our things off of clerk dog. Which has also overwritten all of our things that we did for Meat Dog. And no worries, we will just do this again. Meat Store Dog. Meat Store Dog, conversation, Meat Store Dog. The only thing because Meat Dog will be the only meat dog in a store. We don't have to mess with that. I'm also scared to mess with it because Unity screams at me whenever I do. Mr. Hodgepants says, post-mortem on Gama Sutra. Our Steam launch flopped, and it's all because of our temp names. Let's see. Petting hand. Yes, we want to still pet this dog. Of course. Prefab to spawn. Oh. We need to get a spawn target of steak meat. Which is what this is making me realize is that I need to make a steak item. I need to make a steak item. I'm remembering how much effort goes into Meat Store Dog. and any dog in general. Dogs just this is a game, and as we all know, making games is a delightful pursuit that is designed to hurt you. Purchase block. Uh, I think I'm just gonna make this Texas dog a mess of identities because I just had this really blinding vision just now. You might have seen me go out of my body for a second and come back of meat store dog saying, "Hey, want another squeaky toy?" And you're like, "Yes." And he's like, "Here you go Brooklyn." Meat store dog is actually from New Jersey. He's saying go Brooklyn. None of this will make sense. I'm just gonna just put a whole bunch of states and cities, and that's this entire dog shtick. He comes from everywhere and nowhere. He is a mess of person. Also, it isn't going to be a he. We've got too many good boys and not enough good boy girls. So this will be, she is Texas dog, and she is going to be a delight to write because the entire point of her character is to ensure that as many people from as many places in the United States as possible hate me at the same time. To that point, in the chat, I'd love to hear other states which are not chill and would potentially hurt me because I'm putting their state or city in this big old soup. I'm thinking Boston, maybe. A whole lot of northeast places. Other ideas I am open to. In the meantime, I'm going to write for purchase confirmation block and purchase decline block. I'm going to call it a squeaky toy because it's steak and squeaky toy smushed together. It will look like a typo, but it isn't, and you heard that here first. In the chat, we are getting a thing, but I need to keep looking at this. Want another meat flavored, meat scented meat. Oh shoot, does this font have support for putting a TM in like hyperscript? Because if I could put a TM over Squeaky Toy, then I could own it forever after. And that would be fantastic. I want Squeaky Toy. I want to own Squeaky Toy. Because we figured out all the other things about Meat Store Dog, I will turn her off just to make sure and actually create her item sooner rather than later, because not having that item will get me in trouble. Yeah, I just have to decide what type of steak. I guess we'll go with cooked steak for the appearance of this squeaky toy. I also kind of like the idea of her giving you a pre-sliced salami thing, and when you pick it up, none of the slices fall off. It's just a sliced, floating, clearly detached piece of sausage. that you're just carrying around. I think we might actually go with that. That's just better. It does require me to adjust the dialogue here before I go any further and spend another time waiting for it to load and save, rather. So, sacrifices must be made. For localization purposes, I don't know if I need to do anything special for the item. The item should be fine in and of itself. Let's see. So we're going to go back out to our main scene and drag the cut salami into here. We're going to set its position to 0, 0, 0, just so I have no cause to hate myself in the future. And I'm going to look at a different item and see boots underscore item, briefcase underscore item. So the naming convention is underscore item. So salami sliced underscore item. What else is in there? So we have the mesh renderer. We have a collider on it. I need to put a collider. We're going to put a box collider because it's a boxy hunk of salami. That definitely includes detached slices floating in midair. Let's see. We have an item script. And the item script tells us cancel. The item script tells us its hold position offset, its rotation offset, and its tag. We're not going to mess with any tags right now because we don't have any quests attached to the salami, but you better bet that we will at some point. In the meantime, other things attached to an item, a rigid body and an interact highlight. Boots. Gonna change that prefab. Let's see, boots item. What else do we need? An interact highlight and a rigid body. So interact highlight. It's gonna be a squeaky salami. And the rigid body, which someone came up with once upon a time in game development and physics development and said, you know what? No one's going to laugh at the name rigid body. This is going to be totally fine. And they were wrong. because I laugh every time I see the name Rigid Body. Um, and I like to think that I am a grown man. Grown man with a grown plan. Also, I might have accidentally changed the base salami sliced item with my shenanigans, which would not be positive. Did I change it? No. Cool. So we've now got a salami sliced item that when we go into NPC stuff, this item, which exists at the center of the world, and now magic happens, and making sure I didn't miss anything. Yep. It now no longer exists at the center of the world. That's going to go into the store NPC. Let's see. Store NPC. It spawns a salami sliced item at the spawn target of steak meat, which is no longer steak meat, it's just going to be meat. Or salami. Because salami, we were just talking about not doing jokes just for the sake of file names. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that to myself. This is an act of self-care, radical self-care. Let's see. We're going to save this store NPC? No, not yet. We're going to write a little bit for it. Hey, want another meat flavor? You like sweet toy? Yep. Gonna go back to this thing and drag in Texas Dog. There is one dog that spawns its thing before you leave the dialogue, which would be really good for juice and for game feel. And I should do it now, so I'm going to do it now. Actually, all of the other dogs are organized like this. Unless I want to reorganize the way every dog who is at a store operates, I probably should just have a thing spawn when the conversation is over. Sometimes it's okay. That's just okay. The important thing is, as soon as this finishes exporting and saving and propagating to every store in the game, I'm going to make Texas Dog say, "Go Brooklyn." There we go. Just full lowercase, "Go Brooklyn." I think this is one of the most disturbing phrases I've written in this game. if you say, uh, if you do not say sure, if you do not say sure do to Texas Dog, you say not right now, thanks, when she asks whether you want another meat-flavored, meat-scented, meat-like squeaky toy. Then she replies, cool, feel free to come back if you change your mind, which is also made out of meat. The idea of a mind just made out of viscous, textured, flavored meat is awful, and I'm going to stop talking about it. Oh man, I almost forgot to mention Meat Planet. No, I have not ever seen Meat Planet, Tom. Is this something that I'm going to regret hearing about and or talking about on a live stream, which is hopefully intended for potential consumption by children and children at heart. Welcome to High Stakes. We're going to have a block where you can ask about Roger. Now, the side effect of me writing a bunch of options where Texas Dog is stating an inaccurate origin is that people might think that Texas Dog is a liar. And I don't want anyone to think of her as a liar. However, this might be a chance we have to take, just for our own sakes. Let's take purchase block and everything connected to it and shift that down. And then Aren't you from Texas? Maybe a Texas block. Where is it from? What's a funny state name? Also the name of a state where the citizens would be willing to kick my ass. South Dakota? And Tom said, Meat Planet is kid friendly. It's uncomfortable for ages 9 to 99, and I have sent it for later study. Thanks, Tom. I am somewhat worried that you have sent this. But it is basically certain that I'm absolutely going to watch it, regardless of how much it hurts me. So, going back to this, the South Dakotans, have the ability to destroy me after I say what's Roger's deal, and that links to Roger block as well. We could say he's a performance artist. He's also could be the founder of the chain. Roger is such a deep, complex character who I will never think about after we're finished making this store again. If I name this option I desire meat and then have Texas Dog tells you, sorry, if I say that the player desires meat and then Texas Dog tells you, no, you're only getting a squeaky toy, that means that vegetarians are people who would be potentially upset by meat, who I'm attempting to have consideration of in the first place, would be put off by that option and never discover it in the first place. So I need to think about this. So let's go with, this is a lot of meat. This is a lot of meat. There we go. This is a lot of meat. We go to meat explanation. Meat quantity block. This is something I can name something funny. This isn't going to hurt me. Texas Dog only has one line assigned to her right now, and it's not even the one where she says she's from New Jersey. So let's make sure her name is in the places where her name is supposed to be, because game development. Meat quantity block. Yeah, a lot of meat. Meat-like, meat-scented. That said, while meat is available for purchase, our primary stock is in meat-like, meat-scented, meat-flavored squeaky toys. Want one? You can say sure, or maybe later. Maybe later goes to the purchase decline block and goes to purchase confirmation block if you say sure, I'll give it a shot. Maybe later. And Go Brooklyn also has a joke in there about where Texas Dog comes from, so it's still funny. And this isn't missed if you go down the meat quantity block branch, which is ideal. Let's see. Texas block basically just gives you did you realize that you're surrounded by meat? Surrounded by meat? But that isn't, that's a say, not a menu option. So I gotta make that a menu option. And see how that goes. And that goes right to meat quantity block, which is great. It is the midpoint between them. And as a result, we'll just set this a little bit further ahead. And it creates this really nice web structure, almost like a cat's cradle, that I really dig. We have not put South Dakota on the Texas line. It seems that we've finished writing this character. Except for talking about Roger. I have to look up how to spell entrepreneur. 1 second. I am an award-nominated narrative director. This is my life. Okay. So entrepreneur is spelled the way I thought it was, or at least something close to it. There we go. That's how you spell it. Now we just have to think of a way to describe the role of this cow. Roger is an entrepreneur and performance artist. One day, he looked in the mirror and realized that he was made of meat. We are all made of meat. Also, if he dangled himself from the ceiling of a nice restaurant slash squeaky toy supplier, he could also, if he dangled himself from the ceiling of nice restaurants slash squeaky toy supplier, he could call I guess I'll try one of those squeaky toys. And then that's a heck of a story. Roger and Block. Let's go with a really obscure city and a state. I'm thinking something in Minnesota. But it also needs to be recognizable enough that people know that I'm mentioning a place. Alexandria is a place in many states. A city name, a town name. I could go with that. Alexandria, it has one too many syllables. Gonna need to find a different place. I'm looking on Google Maps. Where is a good state? I was thinking Portland. Portland is decent. I could go El Paso. I love my state and my city. And I would welcome that name being in a game. But it just doesn't have the right flavor. Go Portland. Portland sounds phonetically a little bit similar to Brooklyn. It has the same rhythm to it, so I mean, I'd want something ideally with 3 syllables. Phoenix is 2 syllables and doesn't have the right flavor. San Francisco doesn't quite work. Sacramento, no, it's 4 syllables. Reading, no. Tacoma, Eugene, Salem. You can see that I'm scrolling over the West Coast. Beaverton is actually pretty good. Olympia, That's Olympia. 4. Tacoma. That's 3, but not quite right. I'm noticing a whole lot of city names are 2 syllables. 2 syllables are 4. Oakville, Grand Mound, Chehalis, Mossy Rock. That's 3. Ashford, Elby, Yakima. That's 3. Spokane, Richland, Whitefish, Sandpoint. Go Whitefish. Go Seattle, Redmond, Camp Puyallup, Portland, Beaverton, Salem, Albany. I'm concentrating really hard on this name because someone can... Immediately after this, we're going to go to an end block that... Immediately after this, we're going to go to an end block. And then if a player starts the dialogue again to... purchase confirmation block and Roger end block. This sentence in the city that ends it is going to go to an end block if the player immediately clicks on the character again and chooses to get meat. Whatever city name they will have seen before is going to stick in their head when they see Brooklyn, so it needs to be both distinct and still funny. There's a Brooklyn in Washington State? Huh. Puyallup, Olympia, Tacoma, Beaverton. I think Beaverton is the closest thing we've found to what I'm looking for. Let's look at Idaho. Rexburg, Pocatello, Twin Falls. I should do an Asmer episode of the Dog Development stream where I just read out names of places in other parts of the world or in the United States and butcher a whole bunch of stuff. Twin Falls, Burley, Boise, Cascade, McCall. There's so much wooded area in Idaho. My gosh, I didn't realize how much of it was just gorgeous forests. Elk City, Grangeville, Whitebird, Cottonwood, Pierce, Wallace, Kellogg, St. Regis. Nevada is a little bit empty. Provo, Ogden, Logan, Utah, Fort Collins, Denver, Boulder, Aurora, Colorado Springs, Pueblo, La Junta, Lamar, Trinidad, Alamosa, Hutchinson, Wichita, Manhattan, Kansas, Kansas City, Overland Park, Topeka, Moscow, Longshore, El Paso, New Jersey, says Tom Benita. Potatoes in Forest, says Command Max Dog. Yeah, whole Idaho is a unique state. I'd like to go there. Let's try some more of these in an Asmer voice. Wichita, Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, Rockford, Naperville, Peoria, Bloomington, Chicago, Milwaukee, Madison, Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo. Battle Creek, Ann Arbor, Detroit, Toledo, Fort Wayne. Wait, isn't there a band called Fort Wayne? Columbus, Cincinnati, Indianapolis. There's so many cities everywhere. Montgomery, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville. I hope someone clips the fact that I've just been reading city names in the United States for the past 10 minutes. Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, Orlando, Charleston, Austin, Fort Worth, Dallas, Lubbock, Abilene, Midland, Odessa, Beaumont, Shreveport, Tulsa, Lawrence, Springfield, Omaha, Lincoln, Sioux City, Sioux Falls. Yeah, some people in the chat are very surprised by the Asmer segment of the broadcast. I may just throw in one of those every episode, or not, just to keep you on your toes. Springfield, St. Louis. Let's just go with Beaverton. Beaverton, we found it like 5 minutes ago. We found Beaverton 5 minutes ago, and it's in Oregon. And it's... Beaverton doesn't get enough attention. Beaverton is a great state, I hope. Great city in a great state. Great city, I hope, in a great state that I know is great. Let's just go with Beaverton. Let's give Beaverton the time and the spotlight it deserves in an airport for aliens currently run by dogs, where humanity is gone except for you and one other person in the universe. That's the type of press that Beaverton needs today. I'm very adamant about Beaverton. A bovine. Teach kids the word bovine. Entrepreneur and performance artists. One day he looked in the mirror and realized that he was made of meat. We are all made of meat. Also, he realized that if he dangled himself from the ceiling of a nice restaurant / squeaky toy supplier, he could call the business high stakes. The rest is history. I think that and generate block are where they need to be. Go Brooklyn. I'm from South Dakota. Should I take away? Roger's deal makes it sound like every word is capitalized in Roger's deal, which it is, and I kind of like that effect. This is a lot of meat. Did you realize that you're just surrounded by meat? Now you're just surrounded. Did you realize that you were surrounded by meat? Do you realize that you were surrounded by meat? And now we're going to save it and see it propagate across the project. Meat Dog exists now. Now I just need to build a store around her. Life is hard. Life is hard and challenging, and we gotta live it. If game development is a highway, I want to ride it all night long. Not sure about that statement. I made a janitor dog so I can take that off of my task list that I keep elsewhere. Hmm. Oh, shoot. Am I beneath the world? Yes, I am. I was in a blue hell for a second. Let's turn on light for a second, just so we can appreciate that. That is a thing that the game does have. Oh, I made a mistake. Shallow store template. Meat restaurant only needs to be up while it is in use. Store NPC. Turning off toilet bartender dog. Turning on meat store dog. Oh, 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 that's so good. I love meat store dog so much. It's meat store dog. We'll destroy all the toilet dispensers. Come to think of it, we can also destroy the tables and the toilet lid. Stools. We might lower them. Because my logic is, trendy night spot like this, people would just come here to hang out and chew on a bone. 3D is wild. I love three-dimensional game development. Is it something that people tell you to not do for your first major project? Yeah, something they tell you to do a lot. And there's valid reasons for that, I have discovered. But also, I love it, and it works with how my brain operates, and that's what's important. Let's see, these are... we're going to prefer the grid on this one, just so that... Yep. Let's go with the 0.5 grid for the general vibe of this place. Close together, but not too close. Okay, and we got that, and it's all on the grid, and it's at 0.5. And we're going to throw a little bit of violation of those rules there, just to make sure that the seats feel a little bit organic. There will also be one seat on the side, which I'm going to make sure is snappable. There we go. And we bring this seat over after we make sure that it has been suitably reduced. Has been suitably reduced. Yep, the scale has been changed. Scales have changed. That's the action movie version of Dog Airport game. What is at a meat place? We need to figure that out now. I think actually that Simple World has some built-in things that should make this easier. Environment. This is not necessary for my environment. Simple World. What is this even? Interiors, shop interiors. Let's go to prefabs and props. This will give us shelves, which is what I'm looking for. Also a bunch of arcade cabinets. We can have a dog arcade. Also an ATM. Also a bar. They've got the bar already ready. There could be a gag I could do with having a bar set up here and then another bar here, and it's two rival bars instead of inside of the same storefront. I'm just gonna write that down real quick. I keep everything in a notebook so I don't forget. Good dogs or good things. Two rival bars inside the same shallow storefront. There we go. That's noted for posterity. In the meantime, we've got butcher counter. Ah, shoot. It's already littered with meats. Don't like the phrase littered with meats, but mistakes have already been made. We can't change it now. If there is anything that time travel movies have taught me, it's that we can't change our fate or the mistakes that we have made. They are immovable, and you have to deal with that horrible high school prom memory for the rest of your life, as is your due penance. And this is just a bunch of meat on a table that fits perfectly within this setting that I need to make sure it has a box collider on it. And now that it does, that's beautiful. Let's go with a... I can't figure out whether I should have the meat hanging up just apropos of anything else, or if it should indeed be on clothes hangers. If it was on... Cancel. If it was on clothes hangers, that might actually be pretty funny. -90. There we go. It's on the wall. We can start hanging up steaks. I realize as I place this that I'm creating a whole lot of work for myself to now place a bunch of lines of meat here. But what is game development if not creating things that a future version of yourself will regret? Container. Speaking of, I might replace these counters with different counters. Yeah. Place the counters as long as there's an elbow counter as well. But it provides visual spice for that red to remain consistent. If a dog is going to be surrounded by meat all the time, would they prefer to be behind a gray counter or a red counter? I have reason to believe maybe it should be behind the red counter. Delete that, delete that. We've got a close hook now. We're going to create an empty thing for meat row. I'm basically creating a procedural meat system now, which is actually pretty cool. I like that sentence. We're gonna roll with that. We have a clock here. We could set this clock down. Yeah, that's what we do. Since Roger is actually going to be such a focal piece in this store, we need to make sure that Roger is present. I also just typed Roger into here expecting that Unity would know that, of course, I want the character that I named Roger to be here. Cal Brown _ Roger variant. And this is going to go back into... It's on simple animals. I think it's in the thing called simple SA. What does SA stand for? SA stands for... Simple farm animals. Simple World is such a great tool set. Simple farm animals. Prefabs. Gonna drag the Brown Roger variant into this so that we can... it has an animator on it, which I'm not going to remove from it, just in case down the road I want to make Roger do some interesting movements. Which is also why I'm not going to mess with this cow rig. Just going to leave it exact way it is, a fully textured, modeled animal hanging from a ceiling. It's the dog airport method, TM. I might have to change the position of lights to accommodate and highlight Roger. So we have this visible light that's there, and we've got another visible light that's there, and if Roger is roughly in between those two lights, if Roger is in between those two lights, then what we can do is create another invisible light behind him that projects out and shines a cow-shaped shadow onto the world. And we're going to call this empty object we're going to make the Roger light. So what I'm going to do is create a light. It's going to be a spotlight. Yeah, let's go with spotlight. We can always change it later because of how lights work in Unity. And we're going to rotate it a good 90 degrees. We're going to delete that decimal point because Unity always loves to add that. And then we're going to rotate it. And we're going to put that in the back of this area right behind Roger. So right in the corner, we can have a visible light source for that. I'm going to check. But this is three-dimensional space, so we can have all the meat hanging here and Roger. And this will be a shadow casting light because we want Roger's shadow. Hard shadows. Okay. Let's expand the range of Roger's spotlight. Nope, not the range. That is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the spot angle. Cool. So the spot angle significantly overshoots Roger. That seems like it might be the sweet spot that we can hit. We actually want that pointing a bit more up and out rather than downward because we don't want this to shine down really. We just want to highlight Roger. There's Roger. He's a good guy. I have come to love and appreciate Roger for what he is, which is a cow that started a massively successful squeaky toy business. And if we can't respect that, then what can we respect? I need to bring in the player reference object so that I know how tall this is. Yeah, that's at eye level. If meat was hanging from that hook, it would definitely be at eye level. So we're good. Get a load of that dog. Yeah. It's a great dog, Tom. It's a really good dog, and I'm really proud of it. We're going to save this real quick. Just because we've done a lot of setup work. And we're putting the Roger light in the Roger light space. a close hook. We're also going to put Roger off by. Maybe we'll put an empty object for Roger. Hooked meat, and inside of hooked meat is a meat row. Meat row is inside of hooked meat. There we go. Lights are all positioned. We're creating a light source. Light. Something tasteful. This is Chinatown lights, according to the prefab. I could angle this like that, and that would actually work. I think that would work. But we're going to look a little bit more for a different option. Now we're getting into floodlights, which are also valid. Let's go with turning. Let's go with the hacky solution of dragging a prop light into here. Going into lights. Going into lights and into Roger light specifically, and repositioning it so that it is where Roger light is, and doing some futzing, because they aren't going to see the entire thing. By they, I mean our players, so it stands to reason that the best solution would be to make this not cast shadows. So that its mesh doesn't mess with the thing we're trying to do with light in the first place. And all it's showing is that, which is good. And voila, we've got a light source coming from a place. Yeah, that's good. The hacky solution is often the best solution, he said, knowing that he was setting himself up for failure and agony down the road. Let me see. Meat row. We've got Roger. We need something to suspend him from the ceiling now. Let's go with a plain old performant cylinder. Oh, shoot. I forgot Roger needs a collider. It's going to be a giant box. Roger's collider is a massive box. Cow rig. Does it not have a collider because... Oh. Only reason it doesn't have a collider is just because that isn't how it's organized. So we're going to add this box collider and make it bigger. This giant bovine collider in the middle of the room, which will not cause any problems down the line. We might make a separate collider for its body and its head, just so that we don't get absurd with collider issues. Another box collider, and it is moved over here to be a separate piece of this other collider. Oh, you know what this means? You know what it means now that we have a interact highlight on Roger? It means, correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, we can have it so that when you hover over this character, it shows a name. It shows the name of Roger. Can we do that, Tom? If we can't do it, I'll be sad, but it will be like a bearable sad. I won't be unbearably sad. I accept the limitations of the universe. Sometimes, in the words of the Rolling Stones, you can't always get what you want. Also, you gotta paint it black. And by paint it black, I mean indulge my goth side, because I am very sad that we cannot have a Roger collider. Let's see if we have Roger now. We can, in props, I will create an object called Roger. Stick Roger into here. SA cow brown Roger variant. Rename file. Gonna go back to shallow store template. The carpet layer here is again a wood tile. We might make this a lighter wood. I like it for the toilet pub. I guess we can also have it here. It's a good default for this type of place that we're creating. We want to also create a cylinder of a size that we're gonna shrink. We're gonna make this cylinder just radically smaller and taller and smaller and taller and smaller and taller and smaller and taller until we've got right along Roger's spine a hanging thing, which is the official term for it. Let's go with pivot. Okay, so we've got one hanger for Roger, and we can make another hanger that is the same size, same place, just we're not going to prefer the grid for this. Just this way, this direction. I love the idea. Although if I do make it like this, Roger won't be able to like rotate slowly through the air, which is a shame. I don't even know if we have enough space. Yeah, we have enough space. It saves me work to only make one hanger, so I guess I will do that. We'll delete the second hanger. It's also another item that we don't have to worry about, and a place where, gosh, not having items to worry about is a useful thing. Let's increase the size of this a little bit. It now goes up through the ceiling. It goes up into Roger, or down into Roger rather. We've got the high stake in our high stakes place. The color of these lamps is not white. We probably want to reduce that, maybe add a little bit more red, more of a peach color, like meat, but like the friendly version of meat, not the grisly, horrible version of meat. And we're just going to edit that on every light in this place. Ooh. Okay. We have to also shift the location of this light. Oh crap. Oh crap, did I not? Oh, okay. What I thought I had done, I did not do. And that is good, because if I had done the thing that I thought I did, that would have been bad. Now, let's do the fun part of creation and write a new sign in our alien language on a giant slab of meat. I'm gonna take a big old sausage and stick that into the scene. The size of this sausage is just gonna increase dramatically. Pub sign, store sign. Make that a little bit more generalized. The meat sausage is here. The sausage object is going to get a box collider. And we're going to take this Text Mesh Pro object and just attach it to this new meat sausage as soon as we're finished scaling the meat sausage to be around the size of this humongous brick of an object. So let's do that now. Okay, so let's make this a cool 5. That's about as much as we want it to project from the wall. I don't want to see this sign at the moment. I want to see just the sausage. So don't like how it sounds when I say that either. So we're gonna drag this out and make it taller. Maybe we should be scaling it linearly before we do anything else, because it's already a rectangle. We just got to make it the right kind of rectangle. Yep. There we go. Now that is a meaty sign. And it has a collider on it already. And we reduce the size a little bit for legibility. We try to center it. 4 squares on that side, 4.5 squares on the other side. That's about right. I kind of want to edge it more towards this. Yes. There we go. So now we're going to turn back on our sign, which is dwarfed by this meat sausage which we've made. And that's okay. What we're going to do is take our text mesh and give it a new parent, a better parent, a sausage. Just an enormous sausage. Okay. This is called high stakes in an alien language. And because it is a pithy name, we can make this a big sign. All right, high stakes, there we go. Should we have a different, the white stands out, we might go with the white. Maybe make it a little bit yellow so it's a little harmonious. Yeah. That's a nice sign. I am glad that you like Roger, Tom. Roger can rotate? You can rig that up? What? Heck yes. See, the dangerous thing about working with Tom is that I say, and start to make an absurd thing. And we kind of just yes and each other, and it gets more and more absurd until you play it. And then it's there in your hands, and we can't take it back then. So we just have to live with what we've done. It is great dynamic. Gonna set that over there for symmetry purposes, and then have a sign over here. Let's see, can I get a little picture frame? Do we have a picture frame in the project already? Let me bring this to a 0.25 measure and slide that over. Yeah. So if I can put something interesting here, that will justify that space and this the reorganization that I've done here in general. Let me see. Picture. No. Frame. An insect in a frame would not comfort me if I was to go to a restaurant. What is meaty and representative, and let's go with this approach. We're gonna take a burnt piece of meat and drag it in. And we're gonna make it big, and we're gonna tilt it. And then we're going to put words on it that say, best meat store run by a cow. And that's just something that someone, if they translate this line is going to have to live with seeing. So if we take that down a notch and then bring that over here, now we're going to create a text object parented to it. 3D Text Mesh Pro. Oh heavens, that's a gosh dang mess. But it is sharp. It is a sharp mess. Maybe we can live with it. So if we make that a 3, dramatically alter the bounds of this rect transform. There we go. Okay, that's perfect. Now we just need to bring it back to where it's actually supposed to be, as well as change its rotation. Oh no. Something awful has happened. And that is, when I rotate this object, bad things happen. So I'm going to try to minimize the amounts of time I have to... Ooh, not ideal. Going to minimize the amount of time I have to rotate this thing as much as possible because I have to move it physically every single time I rotate it. It does not rotate on a point, and that is not ideal. So we have this, and we have this, and we drag this onto this, and we try to match the rotation of it. How do I center local, global? So a center pivot. If I choose the pivot, will that? Nope. It's kind of close. It's almost there. The time and work I put in for this very small sign. However, once I've done this once, I can duplicate it and make further award signs in the future that are on a hunk of meat. I don't know how relevant that will be for the game. Maybe I can make it relevant. Suddenly, this is just the symbol of recognition for a restaurant in this world. I can just say that, and it exists, and that's the rules now. I might go with that. Text mesh, make that 2, make that 1. Change the rect transform. I need to make this steak bigger, partially so that the text will be legible. Oh, nope, that stretches the text too. Do not want to do that. Ooh, that's a big ol' ham hock. Take the thing attached to it and oh, sweet. I cannot. When I can see the text, it's good text, so we were not going to worry about it. Sample text. We're going to put in a new font, Alien Airport, to be precise. And we're just to put in best meat store run by a cow. 0.5 is that? Nope. 9.5. 8.5. And we want to justify it. Ah, man. Can a player even read it? That's the question I should be asking myself. If they get close enough, yeah. And the lighting allows them to. We probably want to be more certain than that, though. Best butcher run by a cow. That's even more horrifying. Best meat run by a cow. Best BBQ run by a cow. Unity Collab is screaming, which is not fantastic. Best BBQ run by a cow is about as close as we're gonna get, though. Added near finished prototype of the meat store. Changed the import settings of several sprites. And attached the faces, the internal faces of our shallow/small buildings. That's telling me my authorization token expired on Collab, and that is why I'm pressing this button, publish now, knowing that it isn't going to work because I cannot submit change to server. So maybe this will cause me to get a new authorization token. No. Authorization token has expired. Type in rotate. We do have a rotate every frame script. The vector is, what type of rotate would that be? A Y vector of, let's put 0.15. Yeah, Unity is screaming at me. And this does show with collab screaming, so here's my question, Tom. If we have this rotating every frame, and let's say the game decides to spawn 17 Rogers, is that going to be an issue? Because as much as I love rotating cows, I don't want the game to break because of it. Yeah, I'm going to restart the editor. We'll be back in 1 second. Here's our error message. Technical difficulties. We can have 17 cows rotating? Tom, I'm gonna change this entire design of this store. Just you wait. Just watch. It's gonna be great. Trust me. I am restarting collab because Unity is on fire right now. At the very least, all of the changes have been saved, so it should be a relatively trivial matter of now just checking in all of those things. There's nothing like stuff breaking in horrible, awful, terrible ways to remind you to back up your work. For those who are listening to this right now, back up your work. It's great. It just probably takes a couple keystrokes. Do it. So, Tom said something really interesting about how game engines work. You have performance expectations of code that match what I did when I first started coding. The thing you have to keep in mind is the game engine under the hood is performing literally hundreds, thousands of calculations that are often more complicated every frame just to render the game and do the physics. So 17 things getting added together every frame doesn't really put a dent in that. That's a very good way of putting it. It's a reasonable way of putting it. It makes me less scared, which is an ideal outcome considering everything. I'm not happy with where this Uranus is placed. There we go. That's a little bit more centered. Can I just choose to center it? Center horizontally. Heck yeah. Actually, the original screenshot wasn't centered, so centering it horizontally is just making other bad things happen. In the meantime, I am going to stand up from my desk for a second. Stretch. Everything hurts. Game logic or script code should never be a performance bottleneck in most games. If it is a bottleneck, it's either because you're building something with the complexity of Crusader Kings or because you've done a bad code. So the thing is, Tom, from my perspective currently, all code is inherently bad until proven otherwise. So that's what I'm running into right now. Let's put this here and queue that up, push it, and it's uploading. Fantastic. Once that is backed up, I will feel much better. Having the perspective of just a pre-spawned version of this thing in the world, I'm realizing some things and assumptions that I made are not entirely correct. Okay, it says I'm up to date, but also that I'm excuse me. It says I'm up to date, but also unable to use cloud services, which is interesting error. Don't like it. Nevertheless, we'll keep going. This light over here isn't doing anything. Or if it is not doing it visibly. Ah, it's getting blocked by the cow itself. But it is not then projecting that cow into the world. Let's do some experiments in engine just to see what would change that. What projects this cow? How do I make a cow projector? Okay, now it's projecting the cow a little bit. If this is the case, it just makes more sense to makes more sense just to take the cow and have the entire restaurant be more well lit. Which helps in multiple regards. We're going to totally revert this light. Wait, if I change that to a point, does that get the point across? No, not really. Yeah, let's just go in engine, revert what the light is, and destroy the Roger light. I was very proud of the Roger light, but the Roger light does not benefit the overall effect or environment as much as what we would hope. I do want to prefer the grid for the lights. So we have two lights over here clustered together a little bit. And we have two lights over here clustered together a little bit. And I can make that more prominent and more like an intentional symmetry. And that means you have more crossover here. And a noticeable drop off in light in the middle. That should be really good. As long adjusting the size of text elements so that they appear better. These lights are quite dim. Man. 1.3. 1.3. 1.3. 1.3. So Roger's hanging up. Now we just need, we have our character written, and we have the thing that they drop emphasized and clarified. Where is this spawn target? The spawn target is behind the dog. Okay. Mistakes were made, but if we can determine where it should be, which is over here, it should have a Z of 0. Then that fixes it. So let's propagate this shallow store template, go into store NPC, and make sure it has a Z of 0. So it drops a giant hunk of meat in front of your face. 0. Save and wait for that to load and propagate. Code is more likely to be bad as it increases in complexity. Complexity in the computer science sense, which basically translates to how many loops does it got? Oh, that's too many loops. Cut that out. What are you doing? Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Tom. Usually when I think of code, I'm like, oh, shoot, it makes things happen. This should be expensive, and everything should go on fire, right? Right? So what is and isn't expensive, what does cause the project to go on fire, and what doesn't cause the project to go on fire. Things like basic file operations is never ceasing to be a surprise to me. I really have enjoyed learning all this stuff, though, because playing a video game, you would never realize what is actually complex or horrible or happening. So, with that in mind, I am going to go back into the scene where good things are happening, and now that we've got an award made of meat, I am, oh, poop. Part of the letter is stuck in a, yep, there we go. I'll just shrink that a little bit. Okay. Now we can continue. Dog is surrounded by things. Meat, it needs to start going up on walls now, which means finding meat and at a very basic level, just making it work. I'm finally starting to understand what rotation equals what. X rotation is, in 3D, this a ways. Y rotation is this a ways. And Z rotation is... Yeah, maybe I don't actually know all that much about rotations. Maybe I am, in fact, fooling myself. Wait, so Z is this way, but I thought isn't... But 3D space, it's a heck of a thing. Let's turn off... how do we make meat on a clothes hanger not look strange? Oh, okay. No, I just want to bring that over here. Meat hook. We're going to add a box collider to you. Where is it positioned? Ah, it's 1,000 light years away from here. Box collider on the base isn't going to work, so we're going to have to make a box collider on this. Before we do that, I'm going to want to go to all these lights and make that 1.2. I don't want to do a bright out as soon as we exit this template screen. I'm not sure about this meat hook. If I add a box collider to the clothes hanger itself, though, that should do for both meat and hook. That should be a good boundary for any meat hook object. Let's make a second meat thing and place that elsewhere. I also just have to move the game object for this. I do not know why. Because hooked meat was 0, 0, 0, and all these other things were 0, 0, 0. Even restaurant isn't 0, 0, 0, so... So what I'm going to do is take this out of the prefab that contains it. Hooked meat, all that stuff, because it doesn't actually fulfill its function, which is making building this more simple. Roger is complete for now. This should actually be a black hanger, I believe. Go into colors and materials. Temp black. There goes that temp joke again. It becomes more hilarious every single time. On the restaurant, on the store NPC, on props, we aren't going to create this. We're going to create this on the restaurant. We're going to create a new empty object called Meat Award. And actually this gives us a template that we can use for this thing, because if I go to this close hook and I make an empty object that's a prefab of that, or that's inside of it rather, I can seamlessly make this be in the correct position, or a rough approximation, close enough that I don't have any major issues. Meat hook, and on top of this I'm gonna create an empty game object called meat row, and a meat hook goes inside of a meat row. And now I'll start duplicating. File hierarchy is important, folks. Let's go with, we want to go on the grid of 1. Let's not prefer grid on this. Let's just jump. And the type of meat on this one will be a chicken. Gonna take this meat off, put this chicken meat on, and test to see how that works. Right inside the chicken, hoisting it up into the air, potentially flipping it on its side as well. We've got our second meat hook thing. We might just turn it diagonal for style purposes. Have a good stream. Hang this ham hock on here. Let's see what the effect of that is. I am hoping that the effect, once all meat is brought here, is either horrifying or dubiously impressive. If we hit either of those goals, we'll be in a good place. I'm going to tilt this downward because that's how it shows that it's a ham hock best. And as we ascend in layers of creation, it's going to become more and more obvious that these are all ham hocks. And then the player will interpret them all as ham hocks, and our job is done. Now we need ribs. We need the rib hook, which sounds like a gnarly wrestling move in a 2000s fighting game. It would be a special move. You'd have to do a bunch of button presses to trigger it, and the cutscene was worth it at the time. Okay. The ribs are pretty simple. I'm not sure how well they display as ribs. Are they more effective on... yeah. They are more effective when they're curving outward than inward. Actually, I should check. Is this the best hook we have? There's a plow hook, but there isn't a hook. So, whatever a hook is. So we'll just keep on making new meat hook types and edging them down the line and seeing what happens. When I first move this meat hook to the left by 2 spaces, as has been the tradition thus far. And the next thing we want is a sausage rope. Sausage rope doesn't have animations on it though, so before we do the sausage rope, actually let's do the sausage rope now. Best to get that out of the way. How do we make a sausage rope look neat while it cannot inherently use its rope-like properties? That's a challenge we have to wrap our heads around right now. If I turn this obliquely, oh yeah, okay, that's an interesting 3-dimensional effect. Before I get all weird in my rotations though, I just want to make sure this faces the way I want it to. Yeah, this rings vaguely true. I could buy that. Last one is raw red meat. I'm also getting the sense that these things should just be bigger. Like I'm not making them big enough. There we go. Yeah, like this isn't big enough. All of these things should be bigger. What happens if I make this 1 tick one tick longer, one tick thicker, one tick longer, one tick thicker, one tick longer. If it's 2 and 2, if it's twice as big on those axes, that looks better. So let's go with two times the length, 2 times. That looks better, but it does hang down real far. We might leave our sausage links for the second meat row. 2 and 2. Oh. There we go. Meat hook 4 is going to have to be in a different meat row. But in the meantime, all these meat hooks are looking pretty dang good. The entire ham hock has to be expanded, and it looks freakish when that happens. As does the chicken. The meat hook is this ham hock is a little bit more freakish though. So we're going to take that down just a notch. And we're going to make this a proper T-bone steak, which is 3 times as large. Okay, we've got meat of several sizes. I'm realizing as we construct this that this raw steak just needs to be bigger if it's to be effective. Yep, this conveys meat store. Meat hook 4 is going to get moved up. And we're going to have another ham hock in the meat row. And it's making me realize that we need a offset up top to account for not clipping into the items at bottom or overwhelming them. Meat row 2. Gonna take this meat row. This T-bone steak just doesn't look great compared to the rest of the assets. I'm wondering if there's another way I can flip this to make it look better. That's meaty. Huh. You got enough fine cuts to assemble a meat punk. No. Meat punk To assemble a meat punk would take far more body horror than I'm currently using right now. And it's something that Heather Flowers is very good at doing, and I appreciate her presence in this industry. Let me see. I don't have anything interesting to put on the shelves, so time to do more of a meat row. Chicken. Now we can move on to meat row 2, which has at least 3 meat hooks of sausages, one of which will partially obscure the clock. Right in the position where the player would want to see it. So that's perfect. That's good. One more meat hook full of sausages. And thinking about rounding this corner. Change the rotation on this. Okay, so I round this corner. I'm looking and I'm seeing a whole bunch of slabs of meat. I'm seeing a rotating cow. I think at least one meat hook of sausages behind the cow. And we're going hard on these meat hooks because we can't have them on the lower row, so they add visual spice and variety. As long as I can move this without clipping into the wall, we should be good. Do we clip into the wall? Barely. Barely avoided missing. Clipping into the wall. Gonna move this slightly more. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That works. Now we've got different rotation offsets on our sausages, which is great. And we're just going to throw a whole bunch of other meat hooks in there now. So the chicken, that meat hook is going to go into meat row 2. And it's going to go up and to the right. It's also going to be rotated just so it doesn't feel artificial. Oh man, I'm rotating the entire object. That was a mistake. There we go. Let's see. We need more steaks, obviously. It's called high stakes. Can't have high stakes without having steaks. Which is just general good life advice. Ooh. Not preferring the grid here, so I'm going to turn off the grid a little bit. Move this. And then that will be in a pretty good place. And how many of these can I have? 8A. Oh. Could call this meat hook 8A, 8B, even though it's below it. AB stands for below it. I think we should have this duplicated and go in this direction with it, because we want far more steaks, and to not show favoritism towards the other meats, even though that is definitely what's happening. We're also going to move this meat that we don't like as much and bring that up. And just add a little bit of English, and there we go. Ham hocks. Gonna make a ham hock and bring it up here, and it's AB. It's ABD, and this one is AB1, which means that we have critically made some critical workflow errors. And there we go. That makes a triangle of ham hocks there, which isn't ideal. Let's take these ribs. Everybody loves ribs, and bring them up. Name them 8F. Because mistakes have been made. And actually, let's expand them so that they really stretch to take up space here. It's like, why would you even need another piece of meat here? But we're going to stick another piece of meat there, so it looks like there's so much meat. Maybe another sausage? Can't think of another meat that would be especially great there. Let's go with a double sausage header. And adjust its rotation slightly to ensure the uncanny valley of meat is not brought about. Put some walls on that bad boy, and I think that we're about done. Yep, all the spaces are filled out for the most part. We can stand to put some more chicken around. Another 8, which is becoming extreme and bad at this point. G. Gonna turn on our grid and just bring that over very briefly with a slight rotation change. That's high stakes. I think we can call high stakes finished. The cow alone seriously changes the way people view the space. Although we can put a table beneath the cow for a couples booth. Yeah, a couples booth right beneath the large swinging cow is a good choice. I stand behind it. Yes. Ah, look at that. Look at that. It's a piece de resistance. It's like, ah, man, you want to take your partner out for a date? You want to take your boss out for lunch? You want to get that promotion? You bring him to the restaurant where there's a giant cow swinging from a very thin rope right above you, and you allow the cow to fall onto him, and you just keep rolling, and now you're the boss. And then someone invites you to go to the dangerous restaurant, and you go, and it creates a circle of totally foreseen circumstances that could have been avoided but were not due to hubris. If there's anything a restaurant should be about, it is hubris. Let's edit this box collider to be a little more forgiving on both ends. Yeah, that should be good. There we go. That's high stakes. If we now turn off meat before we go any further, we do need to put this into our system, and boom. Now we turn off meat restaurant and we test it in game. Need to put this table into place. Close meat row 2, close meat row 1, close shelves. Yeah, this was time very well spent. You can see that propagate across the project as the game saves, and if this works, then we'll just use it. We have to see what. Okay, if I pursue this route, I should be able to find it on the back end of one of those stores that I'm currently highlighting. This corporate reimagining of Final Destination was unexpected but acceptable. Yeah, I mean, I would see a Final Destination sequel all about corporate intrigue and spying and espionage. It's a good time. I forgot something for the counter. There needs to be visible objects that allow you to buy things. Okay. A little bit stuck on the people mover, but that's gonna get fixed. High stakes. Oh shoot. What is this better or worse than it rotating? Cause it is booking it. It is really, really moving. It's vaguely just. Oh yeah, it is moving. It's definitely, if we stand behind it, It is definitely moving. I should probably turn up the rotation speed a little bit. So we're gonna need to fix the rotation speed. We can make the sign not bold, because that sign is bold for a reason. This one, we can just have that not be bold. I'm not sure if we should keep speeding cow immediately above some diners' heads, but it's awfully tempting to want to do so. The desire is there. You're gonna need bovine intervention. That's a feature. Yeah, Unabridged Gamer, that is, all of your comments are appropriate and accurate. Hello and welcome to High Stakes, named after our delightful mascot Roger, who you can see hanging from a very thin thread directly above us. In case it isn't clear, Roger is very much alive. Roger, again, running as fast. Roger running as fast as he can, right above our heads, makes that very clear. I'm from New Jersey. How can I help you? What's Roger's deal? Roger is a bovine entrepreneur and performance artist. One day, he looked in the mirror and realized that he was made of meat. We are all made of meat. Also, he realized that if he dangled himself from the ceiling of a nice restaurant / sleepy toy supplier, he could call the business High Stakes. The rest is history. I guess I'll try one of those squeaky toys. Enjoy. Goy Borklin. Did it not generate a thing? I need to fix that. So we need to make him rotate faster. So let's say 1.5. Everything has collision and seems to be working from that perspective. It's also visible. We need to make the sign not bold. Also, we need to make steak actually spawn when we try to spawn steak. Aside from that, this is a dang good restaurant that we just made. So let's go for so Text Mesh Pro. Going to turn off bold, and High Stakes is just a regular sign. Lighting seemed okay in the area. No shadows, no shadows. We're going to make Roger rotate 1.5 every frame. The planes are trapped in sand dunes, Unabridged Gamer. We could have done a runway, but me and Tom had the simultaneous thought, like, what if it was just planes in the sand? And the implication being that you eventually found a way to get onto it and take off. It was just better, and thus was another element of the World of Dog Airport game born. Gonna raise that up a little bit. Let's see. We have table. We don't actually have space to navigate behind the table, which is potentially a mistake. Let's move that a little bit this way. I don't know whether to turn off this cow's run animation. It's just really, really, really running. I don't know. The rest of the store, though, looked pretty good. We have the sign. Turned Roger. The store NPC is what we need to start working on. We save the changes we made in prefab mode. Meat Store Dog has a spawn prefab instance to salami sliced item for salami meat. Did I actually get it wrong? Is it actually supposed to be this direction? It's possible that the directions got mixed up, and what I thought was spawning it behind me was actually not. We'll just treat this as the front of the animal anyway, because it's also supposed to rotate to face us in the first place. We're going to go into the flowchart to make sure that it is generating what's supposed to, though. Spawn object is indeed working. One other meat flavored. Purchase decline block. Enjoy, go Brooklyn. Ah, that was the other bug I saw. So Texas Dog has lines in all but one place, which is the Roger block. And I'm making sure that's the case for any dialogue other than that. Yep, I just happened to miss this. Bovine entrepreneur. We are all made of meat. Yada, yada, yada. Normal stuff. Texas Dog is now complete, and we have to wait for that to propagate. I love that there's an entity named Texas Block, says Unabridged Gamer. Yeah, there's times that I really wish some of the jokes that I write for myself in these files could be exposed to the user, but then the user would be making the game, and on one hand, that would reduce my pain. On the other hand, it would mean I wasn't making the game, which I love. So it's a toss-up, really. I am looking over. If this is indeed finished, then we've managed to bash through some pretty complex content manipulation really quickly. The modular approach that I was hoping would do well is paying off, and that is always nice to see when something that you care about is working. Oh, I just realized why the dogs work the way they do. So, if Meat Store Dog works next time we spawn in, the reason for it is that the dog rotates to greet you. They're rotating their face to see you. So even though before the build starts, it looks like the spawn target is behind it, as it rotates, its front area, what we know as the front area, will turn to face a player, and the spawn target will be accurate. Because that is the case, the initial expectation I thought from seeing the play mode thing actually ended up causing the problem I was trying to avoid of the dog's salami thing that's supposed to give you spawning in midair behind it. That is really good to know. Although I did make the mistake again of leaving up the meat store. Let's close the meat store now. Store NPC. Meat award. Props. Roger. Hanger. So we're going to save this and hope that because of the generation system for the airports, which we've already seen work because we got it spawned in once, we just need to hope that we get a high stakes restaurant in a playthrough. It's not guaranteed, which isn't ideal for testing or QA or for cert. But I like it, so we're gonna hope for the best. And before we finish, and before actually we get to testing high stakes, we're going to try out the thing that Tom has hoped that we would get all along. The comic stylings of Uranus Dog. Someone please clip this. Hello, I have short-term memory loss. Do you need a boarding pass to Snark? Uranus? Not right now, thanks. No, thank you, says Uranus Dog, my favorite dog in the entire game. Is that high stakes down there? It's high, I think it's high stakes. I see a running cow. It's high stakes, all right. Let's get moving. This is gonna look really classy once it has like a fancy inside. Like the rest of the shops. But for now, and until then, it just looks silly. It looks real silly. And I think I'm going to keep it that way. We won. All of us won together. Also, the way that it's rotating is taking it off of its hanger. I don't think it's rotating from its pivot point. Or it isn't rotating from what I defined as what I would think of as a pivot point anyway. So that is something to potentially correct. Because it looks like it might have some spinal issues as a result of this. That's Best BBQ run by a cow. In case it isn't clear, Roger is very much alive. Just go Brooklyn, and then this floppy, squeaky salami that just flops around, and it's detached, and it's hanging together by invisible forces, which are not clear and are just ridiculous. I love it so much. I love my Weird Dog game. And that is a good place to end this stream. Let's hurl a salami. I've been Zoliver Nelson Jr. This has been An Airport for Aliens, currently run by dogs, an open world, first person narrative puzzle game about navigating alien airports run by dogs and finding moments to reconnect with your partner, who is the only other human left in the universe. If you like what you saw today, like, subscribe, follow, all that good stuff, and consider supporting the game on Patreon. I'm releasing work-in-progress builds every month or so, maybe sometimes more, The next build is coming soon, thanks to progress like what you've seen today, and can't wait for you to see it. Until next time, take care, and thanks for watching the stream, everyone. Bye. Oh, you want to see if the Roger did the spin, Tom? Here's Roger doing the spin, also doing an absurd animation. You need to see this before we can end. Look at this ridiculousness, Tom. Look at this cow booking it. Do you see the spin, Tom? Sure is spinning. It is spinning. It is spinning. It is changing position. It's a good cow in our weird dog game. Till next time. Thanks, dog fans, and take care.